So good morning. So I hope you can all hear me. If not, please leave a message in the chat. Yeah, we have now 80 participants. 80 participants in our service meeting. So now officially welcome to the service meeting of 2021. Again, same words as last week during our sales meeting. It's still a special year. Special times require special measures, which is the reason we try to have a virtual service meeting this year. This will be a challenge because normally we try to provide hands-on applications for you. It's much easier to learn about a device if you can really feel it. Well, traveling is problematic. That's the reason we try to provide you a nice application virtually. We really hope that later this year or next year, the very latest, we can meet again in persons, but stay tuned what we have provided for you. For your information, if you have the software LFX on your laptop, this would be nice. If you have a DVD, please prepare it. If not, that's also not a problem. This will be your homework when we replay this session to try it by your own on your PC. But yeah, let's just start and let's go to the presentation. Okay. All right. So I would like to start with our service team. Similar as last week, I have a little introduction of our service team. We have Sebastian Hofmann, who is in the company since 25 years, or even more. He's our head of service, but the person you probably know all is Dirk Baumeister. He's our international service engineer, trying to support you with all the problems you have. Christian Hein is also known to most of you, I guess. Christian is our head of product management. He's in the company since more than 30 years in various roles, also worked in service before. He will also take over a session of today. I would like to mention Michael Stengel. He is sales and service back office, which means he takes care of all shipments, of exchange spare parts, for example. So yeah, he's the one to talk to if you want to know about delivery times and similar things like this. You just saw me. I'm Stefan. I'm the Vice President and General Manager of Ganshorn since January 1st this year. The agenda. So we have a bit more than 6 hours prepared for you, including breaks. So we will start with LFX installation, databases, connectivity, and software troubleshooting. For your information, we had to exchange the first 2 sessions compared to what was sent in the initial agenda. I hope this is fine. After the software part, software troubleshooting, Dirk will tell you about support, maintenance, troubleshooting on a hardware base with a focus on a PowerCube body and Diffusion Plus. He has prepared nice videos for you in order to make it as interactive as possible. Then we have a lunch break. The first session is followed by a 30-minute coffee break, by the way. We have a 60-minute lunch break. Again, unfortunately, this time we can't provide coffee and lunch to you. So I hope you can order something or you have a good coffee machine in your office. Then afterwards, reporting is a topic, as the reports are the most important tool of a doctor. You want to adapt the reports as your customer wants. And this is a session, the first session in the afternoon. And then we will close the service meeting with question answers, feedback, and some closing words. Speaking about Q&A. So what about our house rules and procedures? As I said, it should be as interactive as possible. Can I ask questions? Yes, you can. Please use the Zoom tool Q&A, where you can type in your questions. After every session, we will dedicate 10 to 15 minutes for question and answers in order to reply to all of your questions. If we can't cover all of your questions, we will reply to you personally after the meeting during the next week, but we try to cover as most as possible. Unfortunately, we are too many people in order to let you talk, because this would take a bit too much time, which means you can't say something. But as I said, yeah, we will have the chance to speak personally in the next weeks. Is it going to be downloadable afterwards? Yes, it is. So I know that we have participants from Asia, from Australia, probably. We also have participants from the Americas, where it's very early. In Asia, it's very late. So I'm very happy that still some of you are attending. But yeah, if you can't watch the whole session, we will make it downloadable afterwards. Please give us approximately a week, and then it will be downloadable in some way. It's not decided if it's YouTube, but some way that you can have a private link to the session again. So now the first session, the first 90 minutes. What's the agenda? Software is a big topic. It's a little challenge to speak 90 minutes or 75 minutes without Q&A about this topic. I have divided the session into 5 parts. The first is the software architecture. So the question, how is LFX built up? The second is the installation. So what do we need to do in order to start working? We will also show you a live installation. Third part is the database. Databases become more and more important. I will let you know how you do a database backup and how you restore a database. The next part is connectivity. We have the chance to connect several devices to one database in order to connect a full LFX network together. And last but not least, SEMA HL7. So how is LFX communicating with the hospital information system? All right, the LFX architecture. LFX was first released in 2016, so 5 years, actually late 2015, we started with the first beta tests. We are on the market now since 5 years. The first commercially released version was the LFX 1.4. Now we have reached 1.9. So LFX 1.9 since last December is our current version. The LFX application alone won't work. So you always need a database. We have 2 possibilities for a database. Our database of choice is MySQL. So Maria database 10.4 is the current software. Before also 10.2 was installed. So if you do updates, you also have to make sure that the database is up to date. Otherwise, it could be that some specific features do not work. HeidiSQL, this is the tool which is used in order to maintain, to back up the database. So there are 3 terms running around. MySQL is a general database approach. Maria database is the database we use. And HeidiSQL is the tool you have to use in order to work with the database. The second choice is Microsoft SQL. This is the classic sequence database, and it can be controlled with the Microsoft SQL Management Studio. Then we have a third part, which is very important. This is the application configuration file. The application configuration file is stored locally, and it gives you information about your local device. So in case we have a network of several devices with a central database, your local device is important. So in this application configuration file, we have information stored like name of a device, like options, like calibration factors and similar things like this. So all these three things you need to have, otherwise the software won't work. There is a fourth part. This is the .NET framework. The .NET framework is a middleware which is used or which is required for a successful application, successful application of LFX. If .NET framework is not installed, the software won't work because we use several tools of the .NET framework in order to run LFX. This is something you don't need to worry about a lot. This is just important during installation. So you need to make sure that .NET Framework 3.0 is installed. Otherwise, you can install the .NET Framework from the DVD. Okay, so I will show you now how LFX installation takes place. I have here my DVD. The DVD Ganshorn LFX 1.9. If you, it could also be that it's on a USB stick. Some modern laptops don't have a DVD player anymore. So if there is a USB stick, I have to mount it. This is actually how I do it here. In order to start it on a DVD player, it will automatically start. If you have it mounted, you have to run the LFX installer, as simple as that. All right. Then this little window pops up and you have several things. Yeah, please look what's actually written here. You have the Microsoft.NET Framework 4.5. This needs to be selected. It's selected by default. You have to have the software itself, of course. This is the application. It has to be selected. Then you need to have the database. And here you have to make a choice, either Maria, MySQL server, or Microsoft SQL server. We recommend the MariaDB. I will later tell you why. There is a reason when you might want to change to the Microsoft SQL server. And then we have some drivers. A Spyro Scout USB driver and a ProvoX driver. In case you use a Spyro Scout, it needs a specific driver. So why a Spyro Scout is not working, the reason could be that there is no driver installed. The same is true for the ProvoX driver. You don't need to install everything all the time. For example, if you run an update, the only thing you need is actually the application, the Ganshorn LFX, because the database and the .NET framework is already on your system. If you install a review software and you want to connect your database to a centralized server, it also might not be needed to install the database. But generally, I recommend to always tick the first three, because there is nothing you can do wrong. Even if you install all drivers, there is no problem. So if you're not sure, just select all boxes and then go ahead. Click next. The best would be we make it applicable for all users. You have to check your cybersecurity requirements, of course, and then hit next. You have some additional information here. And then here we go. On my second screen here, the application screen installation pops up. This is the actual application installation. So the installer runs now all different installation wizards, application, .NET framework, database. Here we install the software. You have to accept the license agreement. Don't worry, nothing tricky, just general law requirements are written down here. And then you install. And that's it. We are finished. So the reason why this was quite quick is that only the application was installed. So if you do a software update, it's really that fast. So just a few seconds, and the software realizes, okay, the database is already installed. Yeah, you see here Heidi SQL on my screen. So this, I did a little trick. It was already pre-installed, and we are done. So if you also need to install the database, it might take 3 to 4 minutes more, but generally the whole procedure never takes more than 5 minutes. All right, so then back to the slides. So now the LFX installation was done. As I already have mentioned, the LFX application installer is just approximately 35 megabytes. This is something which we can send to you with a simple download link. It's not very big. As I said, the application without the database doesn't work. Only use the installer for updating, or if a database is not required because you use a centralized database. The database doesn't need to be local. It can be also on a central server. And basically an unlimited amount of LFX applications, more than 100, can share one database. And those installations can be actually everywhere in the world. You just need to make sure that those PCs can access the server, can access the network. That's the only requirement. Later, I will show you how this can be done, by the way. Also make sure to install the drivers. If you use a Spyro Scout or a Bravo X, make sure to install the drivers. After installation, there are 4 steps you need to do. I will show you what to do. First, you have to connect the database. You have to add your devices. You have to activate the license. You have to perform the calibrations. Very important, don't worry, if the device is purchased with a PC package, the software is always pre-installed and pre-configured, which means you don't need to do all this which was mentioned here. This is true especially for our bigger devices, for PowerCube Body Plus, PowerCube Diffusion Plus, for PowerCube Ergo, as it is combined with the CS200, Office and Excellence. For the Spyro Scout, normally the device comes without a PC, which means for the Spyro Scout, you need to install it. You also need to install it if you want to create review applications. But I think it's important to know how this is done. It's important to understand how the architecture is set up. And in case you want to do software updates, I think it's nice to have some background information about all those things. All right, so then let's open LFX. It appears here now. Actually, there should be also an item somewhere. I think it's on my second screen. Yeah. As you already have realized, I use 2 screens. It was copied to my second screen. It always takes a few seconds for startup. Now, after installation, you can't jump into the measurement mode. Well, you can, because I already have a database pre-installed. What you need to do, you need to enter the system setup. Enter the password. It's s_start_lfx. And then jump to the database. Since, yeah, I admit I have cheated. The database already has been installed before, but normally this is the general default settings. you have to select the local host if you want to have a local database installed. You have to create a database. So if the database already exists, like Ganshorn LFX in this case, it quickly connects to the database. Local host means it uses the local database installed on this PC. If you want to create a second database, just simply decide about a name. And if this database is not found in the Heidi SQL manager, it will ask you, do you want to create a new database? And at this point, it starts creating a new database. This takes a few moments. This is dependent on the speed of your computer. I didn't try this before on my PC, to be honest, so I hope it won't take too long now. Otherwise, I have to jump back into my slides. All right, here we are. And now a new database is created. You see it's quite empty. So we have some demo patients and some demo measurements in the database. Now you can actually toggle between your databases. I will show you later how to find out what databases are actually already existing. Going back to the initial LFX database. And actually here you can already see how big is my database. Yeah, you see the database size. You see the number of patients, the number of visits, the number of measurements. You can see how many measurements of each type have been done. After the database, go to the license part. I already have activated my license, but please make sure that this is done. The software will always work without a license, but just for 28 days. So if you don't take care about it, after 28 days, your customer will call you and tell you, well, my software doesn't work. And this can be quite annoying, especially if there are 20 patients waiting for a measurement. So please make sure this is done. I highly recommend to use the automatic application. Just copy in your ID and your license. Create. Automatic means you need to be connected to the internet for this. If you do a manual activation, it's only recommended for systems which can't be connected to the internet. So it's a little bit annoying. You need to use any system which is connected to the internet. Then, as a third step, we have to jump into the device management because we need to tell the software which device to use. So I have created a dummy. The dummy is a special thing. This is something we would like to tell you personally how this is used, because actually dummy can be used for nice demos. So you can simulate measurements and like this. You can show your customers how the software looks like. But generally, for this you need specific raw data in order for replay. This raw data can be provided by us. So just ask us if you're curious about dummy measurements, and this can be provided. But for adding a device, click on Add Device. Select the device you want to use. Normally Spiral Scout, for example. Enter the serial number. For your information, the serial number doesn't need to be the real serial number. This actually is just important for the application configuration file, because in the application configuration file, the name of the device, which is this number, is saved. And in case there is some kind of software crash and so on, all information in the application configuration file are saved in a database, and using the same name, this information can be retrieved. But in order to have a same And similar approach all the time. I recommend to use the serial number, which is something like this, and then the software will tell you about the available COM ports for this. So for Spiral Scout, with a USB connection, this is normally COM port 3, 4, or 5, and the PowerCube body, which uses a serial connection, is normally COM port 1, and sometimes also COM port 2 if your PC has more than one serial RS-232 connector. All right, and then the next step would be the calibrations. But first, let's go back to the presentation. So again, a few words about databases. I promised to tell you a bit more when to use which database, MySQL compared to Microsoft SQL. The big advantage why we highly recommend to use MySQL is that it's very easy to maintain, very easy to use. Installation is quick, backup is quick, and there are no size restrictions. In Microsoft SQL, only the Express version is free of charge. So the professional version costs approximately 2,000 euros or a little bit more. And yeah, we want of course to keep the cost low for your customers. This is the reason why we only install the Express. The Express version only has 10 gigabytes for free. This is actually a lot. It depends a little bit on the measurements, but you can do 20 to 25,000 measurements. It depends on what measurements you do, of course. A spirometry measurement takes less space than a body box measurement, for example, but really you can do a lot of measurements. If the database is full, you probably need to either delete some raw data or back up the database and store it somewhere else. But we know that big hospitals often already have this license and install the server somewhere centrally, and then it's possible that LFX connects to this Microsoft SQL server, which is maintained by the hospital. The hospital IT professionals, they really know what to do. They really know what database to prefer. For you, important to know, if they ask, yes, we can provide both. We have Microsoft SQL and we also have MySQL. We just saw the screenshots before live. So in LFX 1.9, it looks like this. You see the current database server, type and version in the third line under details. Sorry, in the first line. Here it's 10.4.12 MariaDB. So we have MySQL. You see the database size, and you have the location, storage directory. The free space on server only plays a role in Microsoft SQL. As I said, in MySQL, it's not a problem, it's not limited, so this is not available here. In Microsoft SQL, you see the remaining space, and as I told you before, you see number of patients with its measurements and calibrations. I have mentioned a license. Without a license, the software will run for 28 days with every feature available. So for every demo, don't worry, just install a software, no license required. After the trial period, you are not able to enter the patient management anymore. So this button will be grayed out and it's blocked. So don't forget about it. I highly recommend an automatic activation. It's quick. You copy in the license, takes a few moments, but the internet is required. If you choose to have a manual activation, you need to have a third-party PC, a laptop, tablet, whatever, even a mobile phone would work, which is connected to the internet. You get a very long code out of this, which you have to copy to the LFX, and like this, you can register your device. Calibrations. After a new installation, initial calibration is always required for PowerCube series, Body Plus and Diffusion Plus, not for the Spiral Scout. Actually, you don't need to worry about that. As I said, if you buy a PowerCube Body Plus or a Diffusion Plus, you always receive a PC with a pre-installed, pre-configured, and pre-calibrated software. It's not required. In case you do a new installation, you have to make sure that this is done. For the Spiral Scout, this is not required. This has reasons with signal processing, with the processor and so on. But for the body box, this is required. So first, you have to enter the ambient calibration module, use your mobile phone to find about the ambient pressure, use a thermometer for figuring out the temperature in the room, just to make sure this is correct. This needs to be done. We recommend only once per year. The devices have sensors, ambient sensors built in. This is the only exception where I recommend also to check for the Spiral Scout. You don't do a big mistake, but just to be very sure, it can be done. Then you have to do a volume calibration. Second, you do the body calibration just for the body plethysmography option. This is automatic. You close the door and the calibration starts. If you have a single breath diffusion, you have to do the gas volume calibration. The access is from the system settings. This is only required one time. I will show you in a minute how this is done. Also, for the single breath diffusion option, you have to select the so-called helium CO calibration. And if you have the nitrogen washout option, you have to perform nitrogen washout calibration. All right. So where do I find the calibrations? You would enter the measurement screen. And then you have here the calibrations. I have a special setup. I have to say this is the work list setup, but the calibration is always here. Here you have the different calibrations, ambient, volume calibration. You need a volume syringe for this. For the others, you don't need any external device. The body box calibration, the diffusion, helium CO calibration, the N2 washout calibration. O2 CO2 is just required for air spirometry. Something is missing. Yes, the so-called gas volume calibration. This is a bit hidden because this is something which is only required after initial installation. So you have to go to the system setup again for this and go to the single breath diffusion. Sorry, please apologize, my mistake. You have to do this from the device manager. You click on the device, and here you can enter the gas volume calibration. Since I'm in a simulation mode here and I don't have a real body box with diffusion option next to me, I can't enter it, but this is where you can enter the gas volume calibration. What actually is gas volume calibration? If you do a single breath diffusion, you inhale gas, and the flow sensor behaves a little bit differently if diffusion gas goes through the sensor in contrast to normal air. This is the reason we perform a calibration with the diffusion gas going through the sensor. So you use a syringe, you pump, and for every performed inhalatory pump, gas will come out of the demand valve. All right. Yeah, then I already spoke about the application configuration file. This is stored in the hidden folder, Ganshorn LFX program data. It's important, LFX must have writing and reading rights on this folder. So there can be problems. So if there is error message like this, make sure LFX has reading and writing rights to the folder Ganshorn LFX program data. Program data, as I said, is a hidden folder. The application configuration has locally stored information about calibration factors, device settings, database, and things like this. Without this file, the software won't work. It can happen that sometimes the software is corrupt. The file is corrupt. The software is quite smart. It restores this application configuration file. But all the device information can be lost, which means you need to re-enter the device. So you need to go to the device settings, you need to add the device, you need to re-add the serial number, and then the information can be restored from the database with this serial number, like calibration factors again. This is something you have to keep in mind. LFX update. So now we come about, we talk about the more serious stuff. The update itself is very easy, very easy. So you need the application, LFX application, as I said, this is 35 megabytes, 38 megabytes. There is no need to update to every version. So if you have a 1.7, you can directly install 1.9. There is no need to go to 1.8 before. There is an exception. If you have a 1.4, you first need to go to 1.5, but this was the first generation in the market, 2016. So all devices from 2017 and older have newer software. And then when next year or end of this year, 1.10 is released. And if you have 1.8 or 1.7, you can directly go to the 1.10 without going to every intermediate version. Before you do an update, I recommend to do a database backup and also then restore it afterwards. The software update itself doesn't take long, but if you re-enter a software after the update, the software will ask you about a database update because the database needs to adapt to the new software version, and sometimes this can take some time. This even can take several hours. So if you have a big hospital with 10,000 of patients, this can take a really long time. If it's a small database, it can be just a few moments. But this process, if this process is somehow broken up due to any reason, it could happen that the database is destroyed. And then without a database backup, your customer will be quite mad because data is lost. All right, for the database backup, you have to use the Heidi SQL manager. The password is S capital G Ganshorn hashtag LFX in capital letters. Yeah, speak to us. Yeah, when we re-upload this, we probably will delete those information about passwords and so on. And then we can connect to our databases. And here, by the way, you can see all databases which already have been created. So please apologize that this is a German version of the Heidi SQL manager, but in English it's the same. Yeah, all tasks are at the same position. So you see, I have here 3 different databases. I have LFX, LFX demo, and LFX training. You see, they also have different sizes. And then you need to decide, which device or which database you want to back up. And in order to do a backup, you have to right-click on the database you want to back up, and you create a database export. In English, it's database SQL export. Important is that you select those to create parts. It's in German erzeugen, in English this is create. You have to tell where you want to save it. you create a name. So I just call it backup. As I said, create, and then you simply click on export. This takes a few moments for my small database. It doesn't take too long. And then, yeah, we are done. And on my second screen, here is my backup. So that's it. And now the other way, if you want to, read the database back in, you have to go to database import. Yeah, sorry guys. So you have to go to data, SQL data execute, SQL data execute, and then select the backup. This won't work here because the same database name already exists. So make sure that the same database name is not in the database. So since I exported the same, yeah, so I could rename it, and then I can probably read it in. Well, I don't delete it now because I have some data prepared. You have to believe me. So yeah, the same name can create some problems when you back up the database. So if you back it up, you might want to delete the Ganshorn LFX, which is initially installed, that you don't run into problems here. But as I said, use execute, not load. This also can work, but use the execute file for reading the data back in. All right. Then we still have some things to cover. The next important thing is the connectivity. I already mentioned that you can connect the database to other servers. So several devices and review workplaces can access the same database. As long as the server is accessible to those devices, the server doesn't need to be in the same city or even the same country. Of course, with different countries, this can be a problem, but the only important thing is the accessibility of the server. But also every PC itself can work as a server. So let's say you have two devices and you just want to connect those two devices. So you don't need to have always a big central server of a hospital. Yeah, we have an example, just two devices. You can make one of your devices server. So every PC can work as a server. What you have to keep in mind for this, you have to know about your IP address or the PC name. You have to know which port is used, and you have to know about the rules. And I will show you what is meant by this. So let's imagine my PC here is my server, and in order that the second PC can access this server, I have to allow my PC that it accesses my PC, and this can be done in the firewall, because the firewall is prohibiting that external PCs or hackers can access my PC. So in the firewall settings, you have to select the extended settings. And there you have, sorry again, it's German again, you have the inbound and outbound rules. And you want to allow that from external, your PC can be accessed. And in order to do this, you have to create a new rule. And the new rule is that you want to open one port. Yeah, I don't want to open up everything. I want to open one port. And you remember in LFX, in the database, that we have actually used one specific port. Sorry, I was a bit too fast. Okay, I had a shift button pushed through. So you see here, you have 3307. This is actually the port which is in use. So in order, I don't need to open everything. I just need to open this specific port that the PC can access this port. So I allow that this port 3307 is open for other PCs. I use TCP. I just open one port, not all, just one port. I allow connection. Again, in English, it's the same order. It's translated. Allow connection. So the first part here. Yeah, I allow it to everyone in my case, and I give it a name. So, for example, LFX database. And then I have here my new rule. And now how do I connect to something like this? So in order to connect to the server now on a second PC, you need to know what's the name of database, Ganshorn LFX, and you need to know the port. We know the port, and then you need to know about your server. This is either the server name or the IP address. And it's easy to figure out. So there are two possibilities. In order to find out the IP address, you just open the command file. You type in ipconfig, and then here is your IP address, and you connect to this IP address. And then you connect it to the server with the IP address. Second possibility would be the PC name. You find out the PC name also in the PC information. You can also ask the command file for the host name. My PC is called GLL-SP in this case. Be sure that this information is deleted after the webinar. And the name is the same like the IP address. And now I'm connected, hopefully, yeah, to my PC via the name. It's completely identical. Yeah, IP and name, both is the same. And so easy, it's so easy to connect to the PC. You need to make sure that both devices can see each other. This is the network issues which have to be solved. All right, so then we have the next topic. This is schema and workflow. Schiller server is a quite complex topic, and we won't cover the Schiller server. There are specific webinars and trainings available from Schiller AG, so please attend those webinars. They are good, and this is a very powerful tool. I can only speak from the LFX perspective now about the Schiller server. The Schiller server can connect to all kinds of Schiller devices. ECGs, exercise ECGs, pulmonary function testing, spirometry, and so on. And then the Schiller server can be accessed from all different PCs, and then the information is sent to the EMR, so the electronic medical record, the HIS, PACS systems, like DICOM and so on. Yeah, it's a bit quite complex overview here, but you have all kind of devices here on the left side. We have the exercise ECGs, the resting ECGs. We have the Holter ECGs. We have added here the LFX, so the respiratory devices. The Schiller server is a very powerful tool, has all kind of applications. You don't need to have the SEMA client for this in order to work with the Schiller server. So the SEMA client is the user interface. You just need to have the Schiller server in the background, so that like this, LFX sends information to the EMR, PDF, for example, and sends HL7 messages to the HRS or the PACS. So the connection to the Schiller server can manage within the LFX the LFX settings. We have a Boolean value indicating we are connected. We need a host name, we need a port, and we have to decide if you want to establish HTTPS. And of course I will show you this because on a slide this is not very nice to understand. As I said, please apologize. I'm not a Schiller server expert, so I hope I didn't mention wrong things now. Please speak with Schiller HE. They are the experts to tell you about this in detail. In order that the LFX connects to the Schiller server, you have to know your host. You have to. This is our internal Schiller server. So we have host where we have mounted our Schiller server. You have to know about the host port, and then I can check the connection. Okay. I need a network cable. Sorry, I don't have the network connected. Okay, we have a little demo devil here because for this presentation I removed the network cable and I can't show you what I actually want to show you now. So anyway, so I hope we can fix it in the next moments. Okay. Otherwise, I already start with more explanation. So because this is the very important thing. You have 4 different options of communicating to the Schiller server, and this is mainly the export trigger. Your measurements can be exported manually, or they can be exported automatic. You can also work with a work list. You have a combined manual export. The combined export is actually only important for the numerical parameter export. If you have a combined export, you have not every measurement numerically exported. This means that the XML file for numerical parameter export is not created for every measurement, just for the whole visit. So I hope now I'm connected. Just 1 second. I still try to connect. Anyway, I still try to show it to you. Otherwise, because I might have it stored locally. Yeah, good. I have it stored locally. All right. So you have two possibilities to work with the Schiller server. You can use either the work list, or you can use the manual. You can use the PDQ import. So we have now here the work list, and yeah, for the work list, you have two possibilities. Either the patient is known, like this patient. This patient we already have in LFX. I can show it to you here. Yeah, so this patient is already known in LFX. Or we have patients which are not known. In this case, before you start measuring, you have to pull the patient from Schiller server into LFX, and I'm afraid this doesn't work now because I'm not connected. Yeah, okay, so this is demo devil. So this was a little mistake by us, that I didn't take this problem into account. So I show it to you locally now. Yeah, because I am not connected, I can't retrieve the patient data now. So I have to show it to you with our locally stored patient. So for this patient, I have a provocation measurement scheduled. So you can start the measurement by typing here. You can actually also edit this and add another type of measurement. I have to say, yes, it's possible, because some doctors ask for it, but it's not actually how a work list should work. So you should stick to the way the work list is telling you to do. Anyway, like this, yeah, I can perform now the spirometry. I delete the provocation. And perform the spirometry. I have my dummy device. This is the reason I can now simulate measurements. And now, yeah, the measurement is finished. I can do a second trial, or I can decide to stop the measurement now. And you see that the status is changed to green. So if a measurement status is blue, it's not done. After the measurement, it turns to green. And if I then finish the work list, the work item by clicking on finish, I can decide which report I want to use. And then I upload this, and the item is finished. But since I'm not connected, I'm afraid it won't work now. Yeah, sorry again for this. I am not connected. But imagine this would have worked. All measurements are also now, of course, saved locally here or in the database. So I can also check them here in the normal patient management settings. If you don't want to work with the work list, you can also change this. You go, for example, to the manual export. And then the patient management looks quite different because you don't have the work list mode. You have a free selection of all measurements. Normally, what you do, you pull the patient from the HRS with the visit ID. Yeah, this is something like this. And then you click on his, and then it's taking the measurement from the Schiller server. So we have to be creative. So we imagine, this is the patient. And then we perform a measurement, for example, a finger press diffusion. Yeah, so don't pay too much attention to the real results because, of course, the demo measurements are not linked to the actual patient selected. So the results are a bit too high for this patient. Yeah, and then the measurement is done here. And I would now export it. Since I have a manual export, I have to actively push on export. I again select the report, and then I would upload. But yeah, which I can't show you this at the moment, unfortunately. If you have selected the automatic upload, there is no need for uploading it because it's done automatically afterwards. And there are some rules to consider if you have selected the automatic upload. All right, yeah. Again, this is how it looks like. You have to connect to the Schiller server from the LFX settings, which look like this. This is the work list mode, which I have showed to you. You have the work list items there of the day. You can finish the items. You can also cancel them if you don't need them, and you can edit them on the 3 buttons. You also should refresh them from time to time to see if there is something new coming from the server. And you can also change the work items if you want, but as I said, this is actually not something you should do because this is not the idea of a work list. I think I already spoke about this. It can be enabled and disabled in the settings, and only the selected work items are shown in the task list. All right, then, about the export. This is quite important. As I said, there is an automatic export possible. After every measurement, the measurement is exported, and there are automatic triggers, which is resulting in an export. After every new measurement, there is an export, and after editing a measurement, there is an export. And there are statuses in the Schiller server, like stored, like edited. And if the measurement has been added, has added a trial, then the status is stored. If you have edited a measurement for the first time, then the status is edited. We have two types of manual exports, the manual and manual with combined reports. For this type of export, you have to select the measurement in order to be exported to the Schiller server. You have to push the export button. You can also set numerical parameters in an XML file for each measurement, type, or combined. This is a question of taste. If you send it after each measurement, so not combined, you have a lot of data. So most actually hospitals, I believe, prepare to have it combined. And I also, again, the work list. If the work item is finished, you have to click on finish. Then the report is sent to the Schiller server, and you can decide which report you want to upload. So there's only one report per work item. This is important to know. Even if you change the work item to 5 or 10 measurements, even if the work item consists of several measurements, there's one report. So the combined report should cover, of course, all work items or all measurements in the work item. Yeah, and if you edit, as I said, the measurements are still in LFX, so you can still see them in a database. You can edit them, but there is no automatic resend of the report. This is quite important to know. The reports are generated in the pre-configured language of LFX. We have different languages, and there is no visually message about a failed. There will be a visual notification about a failed export, like in the case I unfortunately had to show you. So since I'm not connected, there is always a message that there is some kind of problem. And you can see all the exports in the log. We also have a barcode scanner support. The barcode scanner is basically more or less like a keyboard. Instead of entering the patient ID manually, the barcode scanner puts the ID into the right field. This is either the patient ID or the visit ID. But normally it's the patient ID. And then the patient ID, or with the patient ID, we pull the patient information from the Schiller server to our patient management via a PDQ command. Last but not least, I would like to let you know that we also have a workflow implemented. But yeah, 1.5 hours are not a lot of time, so I can't cover this. I mentioned to you that we use different colors. We use blue for not measured. We use green for a finished work item, and purple if a measurement was uploaded. But we also have different. We also can support a different workflow, which means you see the status with a different symbol, like measurement, like the edit, like upload, and so on. All those items are next to each other if this is selected. But unfortunately, I don't have now enough time to speak about this. And the very last part I would like to mention are this interesting button, the patients button, because this is also a new feature. Like this, you can create your search filters. You see, I have here a selection of patients to see measurements which have been done, scheduled and finalized with the different colors, and you can create filters. which means you can, first of all, those 7 columns represent what you see in the table. So you see last name, first name, patient ID. This is what you can see, and you can also, for example, put here the order ID if you want. Then the order ID shows up, or you can delete it. So this is also one possibility how you can create or you can change table. And you can search, you can create filters, like you want to search for a name, for patient ID, but I think for measurement types, like search for all spirometry measurements. But I think what's the most common would be, for example, time. Like you can select also time frames where you want to search for. All this can be done here. You can save filters. So I have some filters created. For example, in my filter, I have the visit date selected. I want to search for all patients since the last 4 days. I want to see the measurements of one specific doctor, and like this, you can be very flexible on selecting the filters, and all those filters can be saved and then later selected. I know this is a lot of information and probably not so easy to understand in such a short time. I highly recommend that you install a software by yourself and play with it. You can do a lot of this. You have a demo database with demo measurements, so you can try a lot by yourself. And then if you have questions, please let us know. But so I'm very happy to already answer to your first questions now. All right. Then let's go to the questions. We already have received a good couple of questions, so you still have time to type your questions in the question and answers field of Zoom, and we will try to cover them. All right, we would like to know the update process for LFX from 1.8 to 1.9. Okay, so this was already answered. So you need only the application. You don't need the full installer into database. So you need this 35 megabyte big LFX file. You simply run it, and the update is finished. After entering the software, you have to go to the database and try to connect. And while doing this, the software will ask for a database update, and this has happened completely automatically and will take a few moments depending on the size of the database. It can be also several hours, as I said, if the database is very, very big. Let's mention MySQL database requirements for filter function.
Sorry, Stefan, this is what I added because you perfectly explained this. I wanted to quickly add, if you want to have the filter function, what Stefan showed you just before, you need to make sure that also the Heidi SQL, if you use a MySQL database, that this is also updated to the latest version.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can see, you remember that you could see the MySQL version 10.4 in the database settings. Yeah, I can probably show you this. Okay, well, we're on a different screen now, but in the database settings of LFX, you can see the current version of the database. So make sure it's 10.4. As Benjamin said, especially the filter function doesn't work without this, the current version of the database. Okay, we face a lot of problems with LFX startup error on configuration files. Why is that I don't have an answer from your R&D yet? Well, yeah. So we are aware that this has happened in the past. So what we have figured out, we changed the fact that we highly recommend that only our PCs are used, because for our PCs, we can only guarantee that everything is validated and tested. This is one thing. In the 1.9, I think we fixed this problem. In most cases, we are aware that it's sometimes happening, and yeah, we are trying to dig deep for those problems. And I'm aware that some systems still have this problem. This is a bit strange because we have more than 1,500 LFX installations in the market, and we have 5 to 10 where this problem exists. We take every report very seriously, and we try to get completely rid of them. But I think from 1.9, this already has improved. Yeah. Well, what is the reason of some measurements are missing in the report? This is a very specific question. So of course, of course, what you can do, please be sure that you only have some parameters pre-selected. You can go to the settings and drag and drop. So settings, select a specific measurement, and then drag and drop every measurement parameter to the report screen or the review screen. The review screen is for the review in LFX, the report screen for the printed reports. Every parameter is calculated all the time. So even if you have old measurements and you change the parameters in the settings, those parameters will appear.
Because this was asked so many times, so please write down now or take a screenshot. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. It's also written in the manual, in the user manual, that the password for settings is s.lfx. We are also happy to provide you. We provide you the password for the Heide SQL. For YouTube, we will delete this, of course. But yes, this is the password. What does the maintenance button do in the database tab? The maintenance button was required before. It's not required anymore because this is now happening more or less automatically. The maintenance button is reorder the database. This means for some reasons, I'm not an IT specialist, the order of the database is not always the same. It is rearranged in the most efficient way. And this maintenance button is doing exactly this. It's rearranging the database in the most efficient way, in a way that the LFX software is very fast in accessing the data required. In previous versions, this additional maintenance improved the performance, but since 1.8, actually, this is not required anymore because the software has a built-in database optimization. Well, if the database is not connecting, I recommend to use the tool, which means Heide SQL or the Microsoft SQL Management Studio, and try to connect there. If the connection is possible, you are generally connected. Then, of course, the question would be, is the database local or is it not local? If it's not local, it's always a bit problematic because you need to make sure that you are online. If you are local, as I said, and you are connected to the database itself, generally a connection should be possible. Make sure the right port is used, make sure the right database is used, and make sure the right names are used. Generally there can be specific issues we could in case then figure out remotely. We don't upload the software to the Schiller extranet. We will provide you a download link from our cloud database for the software DVD. No, you can't do this. So if you decided to use the work list, you can't change this. You saw this in LFX. On the right side, you normally have the measurement buttons. In the work list, those are not there. You can create the work item, or you can edit the work item and add other measurement types, of course. But as I said, this is not how a work list is intended to be used. So yeah, if the customer decides to use the work list, the customer should be aware of the advantages and the disadvantages of a work list. Yes, there is a way. There is a way. In the hidden folder, there is a sample data log. In this sample data log, we save the last 100 measurements. So if you copy the sample data log to somewhere else, you will have the raw data. And then if a dummy device is selected, you can replay this measurement by selecting this XLS file. Unfortunately, we don't have a simulation program. Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, you saw the demo devil has hit me hard. So we did a little mistake. I used the laptop. I haven't been connected. And but my colleague has a bit more information about this.
Actually, there is something that exists. Now I'm catching my boss by surprise, but I think we need to talk about this if it's only internal, or maybe we can release it for external use. But yeah, we have to decide this.
Okay, but generally, yeah, we have here a Schiller server installed, and there is also and you can you can create work lists, you can create demo measurements. But yeah, in my case, if you are not connected anymore, since I moved my laptop to a different place, this obviously can create some problems for a demo. We don't have different users at the moment. This is scheduled for the 1.10 version. But what you can do, use the Windows login, and in the Windows login, you have, of course, different users. You can make a password protection of LFX, but not for different users at the moment. So because of time, this will be the last question. Sorry for that. We will contact you personally after the webinar and reply to the open questions. When we perform a SVC test, we don't see the interpretation in the report. What I need to do? Well, a slow vital capacity test, there is no automatic interpretation applied at the moment. The automatic interpretation is only applied for forced vital capacity and for the single press diffusion. This is changed for the future, but I have to say only a slow vital capacity is very difficult to do interpretation because it doesn't deliver a lot of information. You can only tell if a patient is restrictive or not. There is not more you can do. For a better interpretation, it's always required to take all measurements into account. So a good automatic interpretation normally would include all measurements.
Hello everyone to our next service training today. My name is Dirk Baumeister. I started my work at Ganshorn in the year 2012. I was in field service the last years, and since this year I'm the guy behind the support at ganshorn.de address. What I have for you today is a video, a tutorial where you can see how you can make the maintenance for the complete body box with Diffusion. And after that, you can see some small clips to repair something. So we can start now.
Thank you.
Ich wollte noch sagen, ich bin nicht Steven Spielberg. Was gut, die ersten 20 Sekunden sind nur der Vorspann.
Ah, das ist das Richtige.
Mhm.
Ist ein Ton? Ist ein Ton? Habe ich den Ton?
Bin ich noch drauf? Nee, ne?
Nee.
From the device, the serial number of the body box, the system box, count sensor. Also the We will start now to fill out our maintenance report. We need the date from today, the tester, in this case it's me from Ganshorn, device type you can find on the sticker, in this case PowerCube Body Plus. The option is a diffusion. We need the date from the last maintenance. You can also find on the sticker the date for the next maintenance. In Germany we do it all 2 years. So here you can fill out the components from the device, the serial number of the body box, the system box, count sensor, also the computer, and what you need else. What we need now is the temperature, the humidity, and the ambient pressure. When you have these values, please type in LFX calibration, click on ambient, and type in all the values you can see here. So our ambient calibration is done. Here we have to fill in the measuring devices. In this case is a Rota Yokogawa with a serial number, the pressure sensor, serial number, and the combined measurement device for temperature, humidity, and air pressure. So what we need here is to fill in the gas values you can find on the bottle. Helium 18.04, the CO 0251, and the O2 value. Also, again, the date from today. The username. So we have done the first page. So let's see the second page. Here we have all points to check. We are beginning with the door seal. Please check the rubber from the box. So it's done. You can make the hook for door seal okay. Now we have to check the tubes, connectors, and cables. What we have to do now is remove the bench first. For that you have to remove the covers in all four corners. On the left side we have two different covers. This is a smaller one. In this corner you have to remove only the small cover. Now we can remove the bench out of the body box. So you can see it's pretty easy. Now we need to remove the square tube. For that you have to remove the two screws, one in front, the other one. And remove the tube. We can now check every tube, connector, cable. So as you can see here, the tubes for pressure mouse and something. The tubes from the scout holder. And the tubes from the system box. Please disconnect first the power supply connector, then the big black one. Disconnect every tubes. And remove the system box. So you have enough space to check everything in the box. We have a point in the maintenance report that means to change the Nafion tube. So what we do in Germany is change the tube every 2 years with the maintenance. The old one. Disconnect the adapter. Connect the adapter to the new Nafion tube. Connect to the body box and put in. Now 2 points are done, tube connectors and cables, and we changed the Nafion tube. The next point is the flow sensor, the ultrasonic scout sensor. Without the scout sensor, please disconnect the tube first, the gas tube. You can remove the sensor, disconnect the power cable, and remove the greasing tube. Check everything is okay, the mesh, the sealing. You can put it back, fix it. Connect the power cable. Put in the scout holder and connect the gas tube. Ultrasonic sensor maintenance is done for the moment. Next point is to check cabin does not wobble. So what you can see here, the cabin is wobble. And you can adjust everything with the feet. You can see in the video. Not okay. It's the same what you do during the commissioning for the cabin. Now it's stable. Yeah, so this point is also okay.
Next point done. Now we have to check the support arm for the scout holder. Please try to move the scout holder in every direction. Check that the scout holder does not drift down. So when the scout holder drifts down, we have to repair the support arm. I will show you later in the video. Point done. And now we go to the cabin door. For that we have to open the COM88 I/O tool. Press PowerCube. After that, start the COM88 tool and press switch 5. Switch 5 is for the cabin door. So you activate the magnets, the door magnets, and can close the door. Check the LEDs, the LED lights. They have to stop blinking when the door is closed. And press 5 again, the door is open. After that, we have a point grease the lifeguard system, but we skip that, we don't need it, it's from a whole report. The gas values have to put in LFX. Please check again the values on the bottle or maybe the first side from the report. Go to LFX calibration, helium CO calibration, and check the values, maybe corrected, fill in for both. After that we have a point in the LFX menu for the oxygen. Put in the password, it's s**lfx, I think you know it. Go to the device management. You have the field for the oxygen. Fill in the value and after that you can leave the setup. Point is check all switching channels for ventilation, body shutter, door magnet. Please open again the COM88 I/O tool, press PowerCube, control start. What we check first is gas valve. So on switch 2 you can hear the valve and start the pump with switch 0, and also you can hear that the pump starts. You can see channel 6 and 7 for the multi-gas analyzer. Switch 4 is for the shutter. Switch on and off. You can see the shutter works. Switch 5, you know from before, is for the door magnet. Activate switch 5. You can close the door and disable switch 5. The door will open. What to check now is press the open door button and try to close the door. So press the button for the open door or for open the door. Press in COM88 switch 5 and you can see the door did not close. Press the button again and the door will close. Next point is switch 6 for the body cal pump, the live cal pump. You press or activate switch 6, the pump will start. You can see and hear it. Switches. done this point. Next point is check the speaker. Speaker is not working when the door is open, so please press the white switch and talk into the microphone, and you can hear that the speaker is working. Done. Now we can check the door sensor buttons, the white ones. Please activate again switch 5. We have to check now is that the LEDs stop blinking when the door is closed, but not earlier. So the nurses can see if the door is not closed or something like that during the measurement. After that, disable switch 5 and the door is open. LEDs off. Also that point is now done. Now I will show you how you can check our high pressure safety feature. So what you have to do is start a diffusion test. Start a diffusion test by yourself. Start with normal breathing. Press the gas button. Blow out. Inhalate. And now try to blow out into the system. You can see on the picture now. And the machine have to stop now. Because the reason is the multi-gas analyzer can go broken when the patient blows out during the hold time from the diffusion test. So you can see here the error message. So it works properly. The next important safety feature is the gas valve that have to be closed when the body box is closed. For that, please enable switch 2 for the gas valve. You hear a click in the body box. And when you now push on the demand valve, you can hear that the gas blows out. When you push the lower door switch, the valve has to close and the gas stops. Disable switch 2. And also this point is done now. The next point is you have to check the time the shutter needs to close. I'm sorry, I have no video from this test now, but you can have a look in our service manual and do it point by point with the power tool program. The delay don't have to be higher than 200 milliseconds. Now I will show you an easy way to check if the shutter is tight. Close the shutter with switch 4, the CAM98 tool. put on your filter and blow in the machine so we can see if there's something wrong. After that, disable switch 4 and the shutter goes open. And we can start the next point, the flow offset. The flow is channel 8, so you can activate channel 8 and see in the small box here the flow offset. And can fill in. What we have to check now is the offset from our pressure mouse 1 sensor, channel 12. And channel 14 for pressure mouse 2. You can fill in the values also in the report. The next point is the gain from pressure mouse 1 and 2. So I think you have different measuring devices. So that's the reason that I can't show you this point now. We have in our service manual a small description for PM1 gain and PM2 gain. So you can do it with your own device and fill in the values in the report. For the next point, suction pump flow, we use a Rota Yokogawa measurement device. It's pretty easy to choose. You have only to connect the tube from the breathing tube with the red Mueller connector to the device. Open the COM98 tool again. Enable switch 2 for the valve, switch 0 for the suction pump. Then you can read the flow from the flow meter. Here you can see that we have a flow near 1 liter per minute. After the test, please reconnect the tube with the red Mueller connector back to the breathing tube. And fill in the value in our maintenance report. The next point now is multi-gas analyzer with helium and CO. We start with the offset. Please check the offset with activate or activated suction pump. You can see the offset, it's channel 7. Fill in the value in the report again. The next point is the gain. My way to check the gain is set the view time base on 300 or something like that. Switch on channel 0, channel 2, and also channel 4. Channel 4 for the shutter. Put on the filter on the breathing tube and push on the demand ventile. You can see it here. Push the button from the demand ventile and hold the button. So here you can see again. And you can check in the CAM 98 tool. Again, now you can see it. Now the button is pushed from the demand valve. The value is now nearly 500. See a clear signal, no noise on the signal or something like that, no spikes. Open shutter. And you can calculate the gain now. So we can see the gain is 1515. Disable switch 0 and switch 2. Here you can see everything's fine. We start with our CO analyzer. CO is channel 6. Close the shutter with channel 4, channel 2 for our valve, and channel 0 to activate the suction pump. So what you have to do here else is activate channel 3 for maybe 1 or 2 seconds to make a reset. It's very important. It's a reset from the offset. So we have now our offset. Now we started to press on the demand ventile, so the gas is inside the analyzer. We can also calculate our gain for this analyzer. Disable all the switches and fill in the values in the report. We did it in one step here, the offset and gain. Now we have to check the outside pressure from the pressure regulator. Our German one is a fixed one. It's fixed 7 bar outside pressure. I know we have different types in other countries. This is our one. Fill in 7 bar. I see here we have an old service report, but I think new ones are available soon. There's a vacuum tube. We did it before in the video. It's done. What we have to check else is the tightness of the or from the pressure regulator. My way is to open the bottle. Then you can see the needle goes up to maybe 150 bars or 140. Close the bottle and the needle have to be stable for a long time. You can be sure that the system is tight. What you can do when the needle is falling directly is check the seal from the pressure regulator, or in some cases check the valve block from the body box. So we have no hardware upgrades, so we can skip this point, and also this page is done. We can change to the last page from the maintenance report. So the location height or the altitude, you can check it with your navigation system or maybe with Google. Calibrate ambient, we did it before in the video. We can see it again here. Open LFX. Go to the calibration button, the ambient button. Check the altitude again. I have here 83 meters. Ambient temperature, pressure and humidity we checked before. Now we have to do the volume calibration. Click on the calibration button again. Start the volume calibration. Be sure that the volume of your calibration pump is the same. Start with the calibration. Please do the calibration every time with filter. It's very important. Here you can see the calibration in LFX. Calibration is successful. What we need now for our report is a gain in and gain X. In, gain X. We have another calibration or another volume calibration with diffusion gas. So you have to go to the menu as start LFX. Find the point device management. One click on the device. And now you can see calibration, gas volume calibration. It's also the same. That's a normal one calibration, only with diffusion gas. So press start and start your calibration again. See the screen from LFX during the calibration. And the gas volume calibration is fine. We have a gain from 1.18. So you can fill in the gain. We don't have the offset in LFX 1.9. We can start with the diffusion calibration for the helium and CO sensor. Please start again on the calibration button, helium CO. Check again the gas calibration and press start. Please connect the gas tube in front of the breathing tube and connect it to the calibration Lure connector on the scout holder and start the calibration. Calibration is okay. We have the two green holes, and what we need now is the gain from the helium and the gain value from CO to fill in our maintenance report. And the last calibration we need is the body calibration. In LF8 it calls body life cal. We have a time constant, but not in LFX. In LFX we have only the gain value we need. So please click on start. Close the cabin door. And then we have to wait for 120 seconds. I skipped some seconds for you that we don't have to wait the long time. Now the calibration pump is working. The calibration is done. We need the gain. It's 0.94. And now you have checked the most important things to be sure that the hardware from the body box is okay. Here now a small clip how to put in back the system box and the floor. case that you have to adjust some sensors, you have to open the system box first. We place the box into the body box and connect all the cables and tubes. Here are the trimmer to adjust pressure mouse sensor, pressure body and something like that. The black trimmers on the green board. We have in our service manual a picture where you can see which trimmer is for which sensor. And in this case, we want to adjust pressure mouse 1. It's channel 12, open CAM98 tool. And you can adjust with a little screwdriver. Check that everything is stable. And now we can see channel 12 value is fine. And that's it. The next step is remove the system box and close it. Replace the system box into the body box, connect all the tubes and cables. check with the CAM88 tool again all the switches and channels. Now I will show you how you can check the cable for the shutter. So you can open the CAM98 tool, close the shutter with switch 4. You can see normally the shutter has to be closed now, and wobble the cable. The shutter have to be close. And here you can see when you wobble the cable, the shutter goes open and closed. And in most of these cases, the cable needs to be changed. And here you can see how you can change the cable. In some cases, the scout holder needs to change, and here you can see how you can do that. If you need to adjust the volume from the loudspeaker, you can find the small trimmer behind this cover from the upper magnet. Please remove it, and you can see on the green board the small trimmer. But you don't to remove the cover when you want to adjust. You can go with a small screwdriver to the trimmer. Here I want to show you how you can replace the door handle. After that, please check the function of the door lights of the LEDs. If you have the problem that the 3D arm is not stable and drifts down, you can replace a small feather inside the arm. And here you can see the steps how you can do it.
My name is Christian Hein. I'd like to welcome you for the last session for today. Yeah, the best comes at the end, as you know. So thanks for your participation. It's not the latest news from today. It's the latest session, as you recognized, and it's up to me again to talk a little bit about a special topic. Nobody wanted to have it. I had it at the end. So, but it is an important one in my opinion. So thanks. Take your time to join this. If you have questions later on, we even offer you those Q&A part in the meeting. And my subject for today for you is to talk about the LFX reporting. Yeah, so LFX reporting is pretty important. So, and I have to share my screen now, I think. And I go for my screen number 2. So I hope everybody is online and is with me. As I said, the topic for today or the session I'm talking about is LFX reporting. LFX reporting is a subject I know about that it's not so simple, not so easy, but I think with a bit of information coming from my side, you should be well prepared to go ahead and with your clients. So I think this should work pretty properly today, and yeah, just take your time and follow me for this presentation. So good, let's go. Why is reporting so important? This is the first and the important question itself. I think most of you know why it is so important. First of all, as you can read, it provides the doctors the relevant information after the test. So the report is one of the most important parts, especially when it comes to sales as well. This is what the doctor gets in his hand, and this is, in my opinion, most important reason why this reporting itself is such a special subject, which should be covered in a separate session, what we do right now. It is often handed over to other doctors and institutes, so from the pulmonologist or the cardiologist, doesn't matter, to other private doctors which continue with the treatment of the patient and so on. Sometimes it's even handed over to the patients itself or for the participants, especially in CPET testing, for sports testing, or whatever you can imagine. And I think the reporting itself, if this is created in proper way, is something what is important for the doctors, because it's a kind of signature and a kind of identity for them as well. So what is the most important or the biggest problem with the reporting itself? Reports are very individual, and they are as individual as the clients are. This is a bit the problem. So we prepared many things I show you about later, what we offer in the meanwhile, what we have available, what you don't have to do by yourself from beginning on. So we have many report templates available. I hope you know about this. If not, after this session, you know about that. So what is the goal? I was talking about the goals of this session as well. I want to show you, first of all, how to use the LFX reporting, and to give you an hopefully proper overview of the existing possibilities, what should not be a big problem by itself. And I want to make you feel comfortable to work with those LFX reporting. It is not a miracle at the end, as usual. And finally, the main goal is that all of us can provide a proper and a good report for the doctors, which they like. Because as I said before, they can become very individual. Every doctor, every client has his specific remarks for the reports, specific requirements for the reports. Maybe, and worst case, they just give you an old report of a device which was not coming from Ganshorn, maybe in Bayer or any other kind of report. So you get this report and the doctor says, hey, I want to have it exactly the same way. And then you're struggling maybe at the moment, and this is what we are going to change today. Okay, so let's have a look for the basics. LFX itself contains in the full installation image a plenty of available templates, and this is not just a sentence what I write here in my presentation. This is really true. So I always recommend for all of you, once a new version is available from us, to get not only the MSI file to install the LFX or the LFX update, it is important to get the full installer, so the full DVD. Just request for this, because this includes many, many report templates, and they are at the end very helpful for you. Yeah, they make your life much easier and much more simple. The templates are, most of them, I have to say, most of them are available as PDF too, to see what is the content in, and then you can combine the content to create your own report template or the specific template you would need for your client. Yeah, and the different reports which are available even include the combined measurements. For example, I have a nice example what I did by myself in an installation. It was in Jordan 2 years ago or something like this. Maybe we have somebody from Jordan here. If not, I show this template with this, because this combines at the end tests like body, spirometry, nitrogen washout, all about this stuff in one single template. Yeah, and how to do that, we're talking about today. As I said, it's not a miracle. It just needs a bit practice to be serious. It took a little while for me as well to get a proper overview what is possible and what is not possible in LFX. But if you play around a little bit with those programming of those report templates, then you should be comfortable to work out a proper report for your clients. It's not a big thing. But let's start on another point. We start at the basics. So what is already implemented in the LFX software? First of all, you have to know those report templates used in LFX are not single files at the end. Once they are used in LFX, they are stored in the database. And so this is the reason why you have to import or to export those files for editing. Yeah, you can export the files, you can change them, you can put them back into LFX, but once they are imported to LFX, they are stored in the database. This is very, very important for you to know. It's not a single file. And to generate a report, first of all, you need to have a master file. Yeah, about master file and the content files, I will explain a little bit later. Let's have a quick look into the LFX software, how this looks like and what are the possibilities, what you can do therein without any programming or anything else. I just switch to the next slide, which has not much information, and then I show you my LFX software. Of course, this is version 1.9. I want to give you the latest update about that, what is available. Hope my screen is visible. Yeah, good, pretty good. So if you're here in the patient management, you can easily access those reporting, because from the patient management, if you go to the system, then you are in the report settings immediately. I think that what you see here is very common for the most of you. First of all, you have the clinic header. You can type in the client's name, hospital name, whatever you want, department, whatever they want to see at the report. You have here many possibilities at the top, from bold to italic, underlines, bigger, smaller font size, alignment settings, and so on, etc., etc., etc. This is pretty simple to handle, in my opinion, so I do not lose so many words about that. Furthermore, it is possible, as you know, to set up a logo and, for example, to set up an additional logo. I had in the past sometimes the request from the client to have a kind of signature below, or a name where they can sign, or something else, whatever they want to use. So we gave the possibility even to add here a second logo or a picture or whatever they want to have here. So you can use it as well. And this is implemented automatically. You can set just a logo by clicking here. Searching for a file, you can search for several file types. If it is a GIF or JPEG or PNG, doesn't matter what is available, and then you can put it in the report itself. I just brought it here. So sorry, unfortunately, my Windows, of course, is in German language as it is my workstation from the office. So you can pretty simple import here. And of course, you can set up a footer. It has nearly the same capabilities, possibilities as the clinic header. Yeah? So this is the first step to design a little bit the report. But what is much more important are those report settings here. And if you followed the previous lesson from Stefan Ponto, he was explaining about exporting and such stuff. I think he even talked about a PDF export. If not, you can even select here, first of all, if you want to use a default printer. The printer, of course, needs to be set up in Windows. There is no specific setting to change or to choose the printer itself. So we always take the default printer set up in Windows. This is important to know. On the other hand, you could even change to the PDF export. So we implemented a PDF creator into LFX, and you can choose the export directory. I think this is more or less self-explaining. Or if you want a third choice, then you can only see the diagnosis on the screen, and yeah, without any export, printout, or whatever. I think this is something pretty clear to understand. So the next section is a bit more important, especially for the CPET or ergospirometry guys. And I expect I have a few from the Schiller guys here as well. So special greetings to my friends all over the world working with the ergospirometry. I will explain a little bit more detail later about CPET testing because this is a bit specific. Here in those window, you can define the default templates used for every single test, of course. Yeah. And here, if you open those drop-down menu, for the spirometry, it offers you all available reports, and you can see the available reports at the right-hand side here. Those are the reports which would fit for the slow spirometry, for example. Of course, we have a spirometry template, we have a spirometry trials template, blah, 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 etc., pp, and so on. And you can define what is the default report for that. Afterwards, of course, you could change this. Yes, that is important that you can select your own specific report. For example, if it goes to a hospital and Dr. A wants to have his Dr. A report and Dr. B wants to have another report and Dr. C wants to have the third one, then you do not use the default. But then the workflow in the LFX is a little bit different, but you have the choice to take the report you want to print out or to export at this specific moment. And as well as for every single test, and you can see since version 1.9, I'm pretty sure last week Benjamin and Diego were talking about that we have new features in, like the PO1 or the MIPMAP testing, like renomanometry, all about this stuff. We even, or there you can even set up a default report for those specific tests. Okay, let's go to the right-hand side. I think this is pretty simple. You can import, delete, or export specific templates. I do that here for those KHCC template because this is something what I have somewhere on my computer, and you can just put it out or bring it out. If you want to modify, you select your target directory, and once you did that, you will find the file there. And now it comes to the question, yeah, how does this file look like? And I think the majority of the participants know that we work with XML files. Yeah. So now you have an idea what is coming up to you. Yeah. If we export XML files, then you have to modify XML files. It's a little bit like programming, like a computer language like Java or whatever you can imagine, but not that complicated. But it takes a little bit experience to work this out properly. And to be serious, very often it happens. I define a report, I import it, and I get an error message. Yeah? This happens from time to time because if you just miss one semicolon or something like this, then the report is not working. This is a bit the challenge of this type of reporting, what we do at the moment. I have bad news at this point for you. It is not yet available a real report generator. Just to avoid this question for the Q&A later on, I'm pretty sorry to tell you this in that way. A report generator is so far not in sight, unfortunately. We have a few other projects we have to finish at first. But I think once you did the installation at the client side and you set up the XML and the report, especially for your specific client, in, let's say, 82.5%, it is no need anymore to change this report until you replace the old Ganshorn system with a new one. Yeah, so the work is not that often. Of course, it takes a little bit effort from your side at the beginning if you're going to install the system. Good. Okay, then I go back to the presentation. I just go on. This is how this report looks like, and we have two big sections therein. First of all, we have the master part, which is, you can see here in green, and we have the content. And now it is very, very, very important that we have only one master. Yeah, we cannot switch in between the master files. The master contains, as you can see, the clinic header, the logo, the patient information, information about the tests you did, and the footer. This is always content of the master part, and it must be named by master.xml. This is very, very important. You cannot change the name, otherwise it is not working anymore. Yeah. So this is important to know. For the first step, we have two parts. And if I compare them with my LFX installation, just switch back, you can find here the master report and all about the rest below, from body to trend daily. This is the content, or those are the content files. So this is the first important thing you need to know about the reporting itself. I just do a summary again for this master. The master is used for all reports. Don't forget that. It is possible to find only one master. It's like usual, like Highlander strategy. There is only one master, not two, not three, only one. And this is the same what we do here in our LFX and XML reporting. Yeah. Naming cannot be changed, should not and cannot be changed. You can try it if you want, but you will not succeed in this because LFX looks for the master file at the beginning before it goes to the content. And in the content itself, I just go back by one slide. In the content itself, you define, or you can define, what is displayed for the doctor. And we don't speak about graphs and tables. This goes a bit to programming now, and we have I would say a pretty good manual for this. Yeah, it's not a manual. So my video from today would be available then later on, and this presentation and some much more information. We talk about grids and graphs. This is important to know for you later on, because otherwise you don't know what it means. So you will never find the word not graph and somewhere or table. It's called grids and charts. Sorry, I have to correct myself. It's charts and grids. What it means, you will see very, very soon. Good. Let's have a closer look to the master file before we come to the content itself. Here we can define the different parts of the master itself. I highlighted it with different colors, so I think it's much more simple for you to see. And on top, I think you see my mouse. Sorry, that was too fast. You can see the name of those report template is called master, and this is what should not be changed. The name on top, yeah, name equals master, and doesn't matter how you call the file in Windows. You could call it whatever you want, Christian Hein or whatever. Yeah, but in the file itself, the first line, defines how this file is called inside LFX. And this is even important to know for the content files. Yeah, you can call them Dr. A, Dr. B, Dr. C, but at the end, if you write or type in on top that the name is something else or anything else, then even in LFX, it comes up with the specific name here. Yeah, you will see it later on in those KHCC report. That was a special one. Yeah, and then you hopefully understand what it means. Yeah, so the green section, and you can see it doesn't matter how you set up those report. You can see on top at the beginning, you find the blue section, which describes the second part on the page and on the paper, what is printed or exported. Yeah, you just need to add all about this stuff. And what you can see here, the blue section is called patient data definition. And this is something you need to know. And but we have available a list where you can find all about the related names. Yeah, like because patient data, if you don't know how this section is called, you are not able to program it. And this is the reason why we can offer, or we will offer to you on request, always the updated list with the available charts, the available parts in the software, in the XML files, what you can use. Let's just continue here. The green part is called custom headers. Yeah, the custom header itself, this includes the image, as you can see here. It includes the position, the size of the image, and the name. But this is something you do not have to define by you manually, because this can be set up in the LFX software itself, as you saw before. The patient data, this is important. Here you can define all about the content, what should be available in the patient data. Yeah, so you see two sections. In the second part below, you define where the patient data appears or is printed or displayed in the report. And in the first part, you define what is the content, like the last name, like the first name, birthday, etc., blah, blah, blah. Even for this, we have a list. You can add, for example, arm span or whatever is available in the patient data entry. This list is something you will get from us. No problem at all. I already prepared it. So after the training, you can request at Benjamin or Diego. They are very happy to get your requests, and then they send it over. They are in front of me, so I can joke a little bit about them. They have to wear the face mask. I do not. So yeah, I'm far away from them. So, but they are here. Good. Let's go on with the next slide. So please do not switch off now. It looks more complicated than it is. This is the report content. At the end, my recommendation for you is open a few of those XML files in a proper XML editor. I give you some XML editors which I can recommend, or I give you a recommendation what I use. I cannot officially recommend it because otherwise we have to release it as a software what we use in our company. So, but I show you what I use. It's called Notepad++. This provides a pretty good overview, and then the programming of those report files becomes much more easier. Yeah. So we start here with the content. And the name of the content you can see here on top is defined here in this case with body SB diff. So this is even an example for a combined reporting. At the end, it looks a bit complicated, but if you once found out how it works, those XML reporting, I think it should not be a big issue anymore for you to create a proper report. And I have to say, I'm even always astonished how many charts and grids LFX is offering. I don't know all about them by name, but for this we have the list available. So the content provides the different modules and charts and grids, blah, 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 etc. pp. And the grids contains different columns and the related parameters. So let's go through quickly. First of all, we define a few charts, as you can see here. You can see here the charts. We define all about the charts, the position where they are, the size, and so on. Then we come to the grids, and the grid contains columns and they contain parameters. And this combination at the end gives you this list. Yeah, you can see at the right-hand side, you define the different, we define at the beginning, we define the first chart, which is called SRAW trials. Of course, this is an information you need because you have to type in the name absolutely precisely, otherwise it's not taken for your reporting file and it gives you an error message. But I think this is something what is clear for you, so we provide you this list. So we start with the blue one, so you can see the position itself. If you start with the resistance chart, doesn't matter, because at the end it defines position what you enter here in this line. Then we have the second one, which includes the thoracic gas volume trials. I hope you can see it. It's a bit small, but I think it's still okay. Then we have the flow volume loop, of course, very important. And we combine it with a single press diffusion pre-post best. Nice name. At the end, it's only those chart what is highlighted or highlighted with the red color in the background. And then, especially here, we have those grid content. And you can see always it's the same. You start the grids, you open the specific grid, you define the grid, you close the specific grid, you close all grids, you close the page, you close all pages, you close all about the report. This is something what you need to understand. You open a page. Then you open, for example, the charts. Then you define a chart. You close the specific chart. Then you close all about the charts, and so on. You open the grid. You implement the grid. You define the grid with the columns, and so on. You close the grid. You close the page at the end. This is XML programming. Yeah, for me, it was even heavy to learn, but with a little bit experience, it's not a miracle, as I told you before. And here, I think this is a good example. So the purple one, what is in purple color, defines the columns you can use. And of course, what we can provide to you is the information which columns we have available in LFX, because this is even something what you need to know. We have to predict it, we have pre-predicted, we have post, but you can see even the name here, and this is important as well, the predicted value, because this is something what is language related. Yeah? So in German language, it's not predicted, or in French language, it has another name. So inside LFX, this column is not called predicted or anything else, it's called reference. And this is important for you to know, and this is the content of those lists what we can share to you, because otherwise you're totally lost. If without the list you have no chance to create anything. But I just want to make you understand how this reporting works. Then we have, for example, pre% predicted. This is pretty clear, I think. This is called pre to reference comparison. Yep. If you don't know that, you could not do anything with the reporting. Good. Enough from this type. The same is with the parameters. Yeah. Here in the blue highlighted content, RAW tot, thoracic gas volume, TGV, ERV, and so on and so on. I only have one example available. It's from the French market. So the parameter names are totally different in this language, even if they are our neighbors, but they call it FRC is CRF or something. So it is not the same. So it is not, you cannot use the parameter name the doctor knows. You need to know how we call the parameter in LFX. Here, for example, FEV1% VC max. Yeah, this is something you need to know. And this is something what we will provide for you. Okay, I hope you got me so far. If not, we have, in the meanwhile, increased service capabilities with Dirk and so on, and we can answer all about the questions. If you're struggling somewhere outside in the market, yeah, we even help you with the reports. We do not define it for you. This is your job, that's clear. But we help you to succeed in programming. Good. Let's have a detail. Look what is in one specific line included. First of all, you define that it is a chart, and the name of the chart is specific resistance of the airways trials. So we have the best one and we have the trials. And here in this case, I have the best, or I have the trials. I selected the trials. Then, of course, we define the size of this chart because some doctor wants to have it bigger, smaller, whatever. Unfortunately, it's not drag and drop, but you can define all about the charts the way you want to see. And then next one is the X position and the Y position. And I think most of you know, if you do some kind of programming, then it starts at 0, 0, and we have the unit in centimeters here available. Yeah, we are a European company, so we define our reports in centimeters. So the positioning of the graphs can be done here, and position 0 centimeters for X and Y are always the upper left corner. This is something you need to keep in mind. Otherwise, you're moving around while programming all about the charts and graphs in your report, and you will not succeed. So 0, 0 is in the upper left corner. I think most of you even know that. So, and then you have you can select a little bit about the font size of the axis description. So the axis label font size and the legend font size. This is standard definition is 8, but you can increase it or decrease it. Depends on how the report should look like. If you want to have a full report on one page where you have to save space or whatever, but you can define it if you want. And then last but not least, in this line, you have the selection if the best trial is available or all trials. So you can change this just to type in the word true or false. Then you have the possibility even to set up this specific property. And now let's have a look for the parameter line and how the parameters are defined. And there it comes to a very, very important point, something you should not forget as well. It is not enough to tell the reporting tool or the report how this parameter is called. You can even define, or you have to define, from which measurement type this parameter comes from. I think most of you will understand why we need that, because if it comes to combined reporting, you have no other choice than to define, because you can combine body values like thoracic gas volume or FRC or the expiratory reserve volume in combination with an external flow volume loop, for example. So this is absolutely required for those combined reporting. In general, it is a must for the parameter definition. Now, if I go back, parameter definition here in the blue one, to always add the module where the parameter should be taken from. And this gives you the possibility at the end to combine the reports, to have a big combined reporting for all the parameters the doctor wants to see, because most of the time they have a walkthrough, spirometry, a body, and a diffusion, and at the end they want to see it at one report. And for this, you need the possibilities to define the type of measurement where the origin is of the parameter you want to see, because keep in mind, we can even measure a flow volume loop inside a body test. So that means the FEV1, for example, is available from forced spirometry as well as from a body measurement. And here in this line here, you can define where it's coming from. Good. Unfortunately, I have not a big feedback because you only see my presentation. I used to speak to the people and I see them, because then I can see their question marks in the eyes. So please make some notes for the questions. And later on, we have the Q&A series and session. And then I hope I can answer all about the remaining questions. Maybe some of you are still sleeping, but okay, I cannot see it. Yeah, and I cannot hear it so as well. So you don't have to be quiet. That's good for me. So some special settings here for the parameters. Here you see a special example. Yeah, if we go for the report setting, we start on top, because if I always repeat and repeat, then at least you will understand how it works. Yeah, I'm a bit strange in this case, but I think it helps. So we start from the top. We have at the beginning the the report itself, the name is body, all about the rest, like www3 or blah, blah, blah. This is something what must be in, because we did not do all about the stuff by ourselves. LFX as well combines available modules in the market. And so we took in some libraries, or however you would call it, to create the software itself, because there are many components available. What you put together, not everything is programmed by Ganshorn. So this needs to be in. Important is that you have the proper name. This is the body report. Then we open the pages. So because you could have a printout, I show you later how it looks, with several pages, not only one. And then you open the specific first page. You start with your charts, body volume bar, pre, post, best, nice name, whatever it means. The resistance trials, thoracic gas volume trials, body flow volume trials. Those are the 4 charts. You define the height, position, blah, blah, blah. You know about that now. And then we finish the charts here. We open the grids. So that even means here for the grids, you could even add several grids. You do not only need to work, or you don't have to work with only one single grid. You can add more than one grid to one report. It's not a problem at all. You can place them side by side or below each other, whatever you want. Yeah? So you have all possibilities there. So you see the reporting LFX is pretty mighty. Yeah. So we have many possibilities you may not know about. What I want to tell you here with this specific slide is, we define in the grid and the columns. So what the hell is with the parameters? We do not need parameters here. And this is what I want to show you. Yeah. If you define the report file, or those report template file, only with columns, and you do not define parameters like we did before here, for example, in the blue one, we have the parameter definitions. If you define only the columns, then you can use the drag and drop function inside LFX to fill up the grids. Okay, so I take my well-known muster patient. So I go for, let's say, let's take a body plethysmography. Hope it works. My computer is a bit slow, sorry. So if you now go for the settings, yeah, so you know, if you jump into the system, then you come directly to the body plethysmography settings. This is something I think you should know. And there you have those tabs, you know, the measurement settings. This is something I do not talk about today. Those are the displayed measurement parameters. And here are the report parameters. And here you can add and remove by drag and drop. Yeah. So that means, yeah, makes no sense what we do here, or what I do. Yeah, you do nothing. You just listen to me. What I'm doing here now. So I move this here. Oh no, I won't have it at this position. So with drag and drop, you can add all about the parameters you want to have, for example. And that what you do here is used in the LFX if your report template looks like that, only with column definitions, no parameter definitions. Once you define parameters in the report, yeah, like we did before, then those settings, what we had here, where is it? Where is it? It's gone. I closed it, sorry. Yeah, then whatever you do here doesn't matter anymore, because once you define the parameters in the XML file, it only takes the content from the programming and ignores fully that what you do here in LFX. So you can do an easy way, because the advantage is if you do not define the parameters fixed, yeah, like here, and if you do it in that way, then even the client can change the report and can change the parameters by himself, not the columns, for example. They could do. Some of the clients are very intelligent and they even know about XML programming. I have a few examples from that. But if you create a report in the case I do now, only define the columns, then you can use those drag and drop setting in the LFX. Otherwise, it's ignored. Keep this in mind. Okay, good. Enough for this point. This is what I already did. I switched to the LFX software and I showed you how you can do that. Of course, what is important, if you do not define the parameters directly in the XML file, you cannot create by drag and drop what I do here. You will never be able to create combined reporting. That must be clear. Yeah. Once it comes to combined reporting, that you want to combine a spirometry with the diffusion or whatever, then you need to program it, because then it comes to the definition where is the origin of this measurement parameters. So what we were talking about before. I think this is something you need to know as well. So good. Let's go back to our presentation. Yeah, multi-page printout. Yeah, some of the clients, they want to see all tests done for one patient. They have a routine, for example, a spirometry, a body test, and then a diffusion, another body test, blah blah blah, etc. pp. It could come to the case that the client wants to see the report printed on more than one page. This is not even a problem at all, and you can define, as we saw before, every single page. So you open your report, you start a new page by the word page, you close it by those, how is this sign called? You know it, yeah? But you can close the page, you open the next page, you close the next page, you open the third page, and you close the third page. So you can even split this up. For example, that the body test is on the first page, the diffusion on the second, and the spirometry on the third. Just as an example, but in this way, with the different pages, you can even create multi-page printouts. That's not a problem at all. And this is something which gives a bit overview for you as well. I show you how this would look like. And now it comes to my special report, my favorite report, what I did for KHCC. KHCC, by the way, is the King Hussein Cancer Center in Amman, in Jordan. They had a special request for the report, and I show you how this report looked like. And to be serious, it took me at the installation 2 minutes to create it. No, that's a joke. It took about 1 hour. Yeah, so I had the case, the client had a report from an old Jaeger system. This is very common for all of us, I think. And I said, I want to have it exactly this way. So, okay, and then you're there and you start with those reports. And you can see here is the name of the report. And this matters what is entered in LFX. If you type in here Christian Hein, then your report is called Christian Hein. And this is even the way how you can define reports for different doctors, Dr. A, Dr. B, Dr. C, body Dr. A, whatever you want. You can type in whatever you want to see therein. But this content, yeah, the file itself is called khcc.xml. Yes, that's true. But you can call it even a combination of reporting about body, nitrogen washout, diffusion, whatever you want. But that, what you type in here, this counts for the LFX software. And this is the name, how it's set up in the LFX software and what you will find in the software again. So I started here with the first page. And this is the tool what I use. It gives a bit of better overview. This is a freeware tool. This is Notepad++. I always use this because there you can see, here's my first page. Where does it stop? Here. No, all pages. Sorry, mistake. I start here all the pages, and here at the end it stops. For example, if I want to see the content of the grid, then you see immediately here in between those purple highlighted lines, I have the settings for the grid. Yeah. So first of all, I defined the charts, the different charts. I opened my charts here and I took the charts that they wanted to see. So they, for example, they have a bar pre-post chart, what they had in use. I show you how this report looks like in the LFX software. I prepared it for you as well. Then once all about the charts are in, I defined the first grid. The first grid was a flow volume grid. Yeah, this is even something you need to know what type of grids are available for the LFX reporting. And then we have afterwards the nitrogen washout grid and then the body grid. And last but not least, they wanted to have the SB diffusion grid. So it is a combination of all those measurements, the flow volume, the nitrogen washout, body, and the diffusion, because this was their standard workflow for every patient. Those are the tests they did for every patient in those lung function department in Amman, in Jordan. And so they wanted to have this combined reporting. So, and here you can even see once I selected the grid I want to fill up, I only took the columns in they want to have, the reference, the pre to reference. Then I added blank column. Yeah, even this is possible. We have blank lines, we have blank columns. So even the word blank has a meaning, because this is something to create at the end overview in your report. This is a subject I talk a little bit about later on as well. But with those blank columns and blank lines in between, you can create overview in the report. This is pretty important to know and very, very helpful, yeah, to make the clients happy. And if they are happy, you know what happens? They pay immediately. This is the most important. We do this not for fun. We want to get some money for it. Good. So then we close the grid, the flow volume grid, but we do not, or we did not define the parameters herein. So that means those drag and drop function, what we had before here, yeah, this works even here in this combined reporting, but you cannot combine in one grid the parameters from flow volume and body and diffusion. If you define the report the way you see here, that means here you can only add in this grid, you can only add flow volume parameters, not mixed up with body parameters or something like this. For this, we had a separate grid for the body grid. And that means if you do it in that way, you can use those drag and drop, and you can use it for the nitrogen, you can use it for the flow volume, you can use it for the diffusion, for whatever you need. This is the way I did it in this case. And yeah, as I said, last but not least, and we had a diffusion grid the same way. I opened the grid. Yeah. So here we have a page switch, for example. Here I closed page number 2 and I opened page number 3, for example, because there it was full and it did not look nice. And the doctor said, oh, I don't care how many trees will die. I want to have 3 pages. Good. Then you can split it up here in this way. Yeah, this is the page number 2. No, page number 1, sorry, from here to here. And then I close the page and I open a new page, and then automatically you get a second page. And on the second page, we only had the chart for the single breast diffusion with the pre-post comparison, because they did several trials or a pre and post diffusion testing. I added my SPDiff grid. Even this name, this specific name must be known for you. This is in the list again. And then last but not least, we added an automatical interpretation. This is possible as well in a very simple way. Interpretation, we have 3 stages. We have the technician comments. No, this is interpretation, sorry. It's an automatical interpretation, not the comments. But we have comments available as well, because as you know, in the LFX software, you can type in comments, technician comments, doctor's comments, and so on. And even those comments can be printed. And comments are printed in those comments section. Even here, it doesn't matter where you do the positioning or where you type it in. It is defined here at the position where it comes on the page. So the order, if you start with a grid or with a column or with a comment or whatever, doesn't matter. At the end, you define all about this with the settings for X and Y position, for this chart, for this grid, whatever. Yeah, I think, or I hope you got me so far. So let's have a look in the software. I want to show you this KHCC report, how it looks at the end. Let me think about how I can get it the best way. So I have to go to the bottom. Of course, I prepared my presentation for you now, so I know where to find all about the test. So we had a body, we had a nitrogen washout, we had included. Please help me. Oh, sorry, I cannot hear you. Force spirometry and the single breast diffusion. And here is the possibility now to switch in the reports. I go for my KHCC report. Here is the name. Here comes the name up. What was content of the report file? And I do not go to print. I go to diagnose. Hope it works. Looks good so far. Yeah. Okay. It's on the other screen. I move it over. Here we are. So that was the report desired from the client. Of course, they had their own header. No? There was KHCC, King Hussein Cancer Center, Amman, blah, 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 etc. PP with their logo. This remained from my old one. And then we started up with the different charts and the grids. Yeah. And here you can even see here in between the predicted and the pre, we have those blank grid. That was a wish from their side, so you can create a little bit overview just to add some empty space in between that makes the numbers much more readable. But what you can see here was not so nice in this case. What I forgot is to move this grid because it is overlaying with those lines at the bottom. So if I want to change it, I need to change the position of the body grid, and I need to change the y-axis. So I reduce it by, let's say, 0.5 millimeters or 0.5 centimeters. Then all about the grid here jumps a little bit up. And as you saw in the report file, on the second page, we have the diffusion. It's pretty small because they were not so interested in the charts. They want to see the parameters. And here, yeah, okay, no, I'm sorry, I did a mistake. I need to move it up. But what happened here is I added with drag and drop some parameters, and so it changed, and so this extended my grid, yeah, because I added more parameters, and now this is the reason why it's overlaying, because I did not leave my report at the client side in this way, yeah, so it was perfect for them, I hope, and it still is. And on the second page, as I said, we have the diffusion with the parameters, with the columns I defined. They were only interested in the predicted pre and the comparison between predicted and the test itself. And afterwards, I just switched on interpretation, and then you have those automatic interpretation for every single test here in the report. So this is how those report looks like, and it can be controlled by drag and drop in the LFX software because I did not define specific parameters. Okie dokie. So hope you're still with me. Yeah, we go for the presentation. We already did this. And now for all my friends out there for the CPAT. Yeah, you know, it's my favorite subject, CPAT, Agus barometry testing. Yeah. CPAT testing is a bit special as usual, and we have special properties available in CPAT testing. First of all, I can remember a question from this week, last week, I do not know precisely. You must imagine if it comes, and most of us are, we have many dealers working with Schiller Ganshorn in combination. And of course, if they sell a CPAT system, then they sell a Schiller device. And what is important to know that the LFX in this case is limited with access. Yeah, you cannot access the LFX fully, and the report, the printout or the export, whatever you set up here, is triggered by the Schiller software. So that means it only exports it. It does not give you the choice anymore which report is exported. So that means it is absolutely important for the CPAT or Agus barometry to define here exactly the report you want to use. Yeah? Otherwise, it's not working. I show you a small trick or some speciality what we implemented to LFX. Maybe not everybody knows, but for CPAT testing, once you push the print button in the Schiller, you cannot choose in LFX anymore which report should be used. So it always takes the report you select here. This is important to know. Was a question, maybe he's with us. Is Norway here? It's not here. Okay. Was a question from this country. So this is important to set up, especially the report. Otherwise, I can even answer some service questions from the last days. Good. Doesn't matter. So that is important for the CPAT reporting that is set up in a proper way. I want to show you something because I think my friends from France are here. They are working a lot with CPAT as well. If I am in the CPAT system, it might be possible, you know, might be not. This is not the very best test, but if the test is stopped, a CPAT test is stopped, you have an additional possibility to create a printout. And this can be done here with those print button. Because if you stop the test in the Schiller software, it ends up in the review screen, review measurement. You can see it here. If you use instead of left click, the right mouse button, click right mouse button. Oh, what is that? Maybe it is something new for you. Then you can select here which report you want to use. And all reports which contains in anything from CPAT testing are available here now. Yeah, and you can select here the report and go for a preview if you want. Yeah, or you can set it to a printer, or you can send it to a printer. Okay, other side. Sorry, there we are. Here it comes over. Yeah, so this is the preview of the report I selected. Yeah, here you can see what is this. This is something I'm going to explain right now. So again, if you are in the review mode, right mouse button click, then you have access to the print function independent from Schiller. This is the only possibility to use another printout than the defined default printout in LFX. Okay, good. Hope that was new. Usually I expect applause once I do a live presentation. Today it's a bit difficult. Thanks, Benjamin. Yeah, great to have some colleagues here to bring me up. Okay, now I'm prepared for the final session. Yeah, a little bit fun is always important. Otherwise, it's getting very, very boring here. But I do my best not to make you sleepy. Okay, so another specialty in LFX reporting for CPAT testing is since version 1.81. You have the possibility to create or to use a chart which is called ergo config chart. This chart gives you the capability or ability to set it up the way you want to have, or not you, the client wants to have. Yeah. Here in the example, first of all, you define in the first line, you define the x-axis parameter. Of course, you can take, or yeah, most common is time, but you can use any parameter you want. The most crazy combination of parameters the Douglas wants to see can be realized with those ergo config chart. Yeah, so you can do whatever you want. And another advantage is you do not need to use it only once. You can add up your reports with 2, 3, 4, 5 ergo config charts. Doesn't matter. And in the other 4 lines, you define the y-axis parameter. So you can print all relations, everything, anything, what is available in CPAT testing to be displayed in the reports or exports for the doctors. So keep this in mind. This is even described in that what you will get from us in the handover. And there you can find those ergo config charts. So you can use those ergo config chart instead of all about the 9 panels if you want. You can use it 1,000 times. Yeah, it's not only one single chart. You can use it more often. In the same way, you open the chart, you add the ergo config chart, you define it, you close it, you add another ergo config chart, you define it in a different way with different parameters, with different relations, maybe in the x-axis, O2 pulse versus load or something like that, whatever you want. Okay, so I think this is very interesting, very important to know. And then further, we have those so-called breath-by-breath grid. It is a so-called custom grid because even therein you can do some settings. So this is again CPAT related. This is called breath-by-breath grid. Even this name must be known for you. Otherwise, you do not know that we have it. But this is something we can share easily, as I told. In this case, it takes again the settings from the LFX software, drag and drop. It's the same possible in the CPAT testing. And if you do not define the parameters directly, only open the grid, close the grid, then you can use this drag and drop function. Good. No? Benjamin is surprised what we can do. So customized parameters. This is the same grid. Yeah, and here instead of using the drag and drop, you can define which parameter and the order how those parameters are used in those breath by breath grid. You know, breath by breath grid is, for example, the first breath parameters, blah blah blah, VO2, VCO2, VO2 per kilogram, and so on and so on. And this order, how it comes up, can be defined manually by yourself. This is as well possible. And furthermore, we have you can add for those breath by breath grid a so-called interval. Yeah, here we added those interval data rows in seconds. Okay, here you cannot define it by breaths. So you may know in CPAT testing, you can switch in between breath averaging or time averaging. For the printout, it counts only the time. If you want to have a real breath by breath grid at the end, you set up here instead of 20 seconds, because of course interval data rows in seconds. I think this is a pretty clear description. If you set it to 1 second, you get breath by breath. Yeah? Then you get for every single breath, all about the columns, all about the parameters for every single breath. Of course, then you would need a few more pages for your printer. Of course, yeah. So with this way, you can reduce the amount of paper consumed for the printout, because most of the time for the doctors, it's enough to see the values every 20, 30 seconds or something like this, what is okay for me. But nevertheless, you can do whatever they want, in my opinion. So a few other possibilities. Yeah, we stop here with CPAT testing. If you have further questions, please write for the Q&A. You have the possibility to give some feedback to us. I try to answer later on. I was a bit afraid that my slides are not lasting for 1.5 hours, but I hope you have time until, let's say, 6 o'clock today. No, it was just a joke. Just return to some other topic. And what is an important topic to become serious again is how to create a little bit overview in the report, yeah? Because it makes no sense to put all about the parameters in and then the doctor needs to read carefully. You know, as it is, the doctors, they don't have time. They want to have one look at the page, clearly arranged parameters, and you can arrange it in a much clearer way if you add, for example, some so-called text boxes. Yeah. Those text boxes are very helpful in this case. Here I used it for a CPAT report, but nevertheless, this is as well possible for the body testing, for the standard classic pulmonary function testing as well. So you can what I did here, for example, I was here we are. I was setting up a full parameter set, what the doctor wants to see, step by step. And what I did in between, I was just adding the parameter blank. Of course, what happens? It adds a blank line here in between. Here on the right-hand side, you see the example. Yeah. And then I I was setting up several blank lines after the different sections. And then you are able to set up or to fill in those blank line or those blank parameters with some text boxes. It looks nicer than it is, because the challenge is afterwards, if you once did your parameter settings, to position the text boxes exactly there where you want to see it. And this, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this takes a little bit of time and a little bit playing around. And yeah, so I hope you have a good service contract arranged with your client which covers the time you have to spend for this. Yes, this is not very simple, and you cannot drag and drop and put it in a position where you want to have it. We know about that. Yes, but it is possible. And this is the only challenge. So I add to the blank parameters some text boxes, and the challenge is to set up the height and width for those parameter, and especially the position where it should appear on the page. Yeah, so you need to precisely describe the position, 0.5 centimeter too low, then it overlays the parameter name and so on. This is a bit playing around, but it is possible. Sorry, I'm still healthy, by the way. Yeah, I feel good. the coughing is because I'm still a smoker. Yeah, sorry, most of you know about. Yeah, so those text boxes is one important and nice tool to create a little bit overview in the reports. I would use it, you know? And the advantage is, my experience is, you have the, compared to us, you have the advantage that you work in your local market. And if you, let's say, if you collected with your experience and in the past, let's say 20, 30 different reports from 20, 30 different clients, then you are prepared for all about the rest. For example, in Germany, we had at the beginning a few reports available, and we were collecting all about the specific reports from the clients. And after 20 different reports, we were able just to import one report for another client as well. Yeah? So do yourself a favor, store those XML files you did in the past. Then very often you can use it the same way, because most of the doctors are educated in the same way in your specific country, and they have the same, they want to see very common reports. Yeah. So with 20 reports, you should be prepared in a very proper way to make them happy with the printouts. Okay, let's see what we have here. What is new? Text boxes can be added with properties. This is new since version 1.9. This was not available. So you can add several things or several properties for those text boxes especially. I listed it up here. First of all, the font style, this is something you can change. Yeah. And furthermore, now you can even set up the font weight, which is an important and nice tool as well, because that makes the report a bit more nice looking. And I gave you here all about the possibilities what we have. Don't ask me what is the difference between thin and extra light and ultra light and light and normal, but it is available. So this is something you need to try out, because I don't know it yet. I did not use it that much anymore, but we have many possibilities to change the text box properties. And as I said, this is available since version 1.9. Maybe you recognize that we added a special report defined by Professor Agostoni, and to make this possible, there was need to add those text box properties. This is available and describe what is possible. So, as I said, since version 1.9, it is possible to use different fonts. This is a nice tool. Unfortunately, the font settings are not available for all specific modules in LFX, not for the body modules. This is a bit an advantage of the CPET testing. And to speak open, that was a bit the request to us pushed from Schiller's side. So first of all, we added those special properties for the CPET reporting, but I hope we added for all about the rest as well. Just as an information, if you miss those font size and font style settings in the standard classical reporting for PFT, yeah, it is not yet existing. It is first of all implemented for the CPET testing. Yeah, it's like it is, just as inside information from you. The desired fonts, and this is important, must be installed to be available. So you cannot choose for everything you want to see, but you can use, and this is the nice thing, you can use all fonts available in Windows. And if you want to double check which fonts you can use in the LFX reporting, you just need to check your Word or WordPad. This gives you all available fonts, and then you can choose whatever you want. Yeah, not a big thing, but a nice one, I would say. Am I late? No, it's still okay. No? Yeah, good. Let's go to the interpretation comments. LFX can add those interpretation. This is something what we saw before in the report as well. I added here an example. You can set up a border, the size of the field itself. Of course, if you want to add those interpretation comments and you define a very, very small size of the field and you cannot put it in, of course. But this is something what is clear for you. I talk with intelligent people because only intelligent people sell Ganshorn products. You know? So not a problem at all. I know you got me. This is just a side information how to implement those interpretation comments. So let's have a look again to the combined reporting with the defined parameters. So it is now, let's say, nearly 1 hour ago that we were talked about, or we started to talk about the combined reporting, but I want to highlight it again because this is the most usual reports doctors wants to see. They want to have all reports combined or all measurements combined in one report. And this is the goal, what we need to do. This includes the graphs. Yeah, so remember, graphs is not the word we use charts. Yeah, and the parameters and the origin of the related parameter must be included. This is something what I have to repeat because this is pretty very important. So the combined reporting could look like this. So I just set up my charts and I choose the chart. Yeah, this is one of the most common charts, the specific resistance of the airways trials. Yeah, this is the first chart here, thoracic gas volume. This is something what you saw today, already saw before. And I have the chart and attention, body flow volume trials. So that means this chart on the combined report comes from the body test. If you only add flow volume trials, then you have it from an external one. Yeah? Keep this in mind. Different charts available for every single measurement module included in the list. I show you the list later on. Yeah, we have a little bit of time, then I can show you. So I set up the charts and then I set up my parameters. And you can see here, I open my parameter list. Of course, the columns were defined before. This is only the content of the parameters. And herein, if you go through the different lists, you see that I combine measurement parameters from a single breath diffusion with a body measurement, only in this case. But I could even add some forced spirometry, slow spirometry, rock, mip-map, nitrogen washout, whatever you want to see. And at the end, it comes up with the list you see at the right-hand side. Yeah. So, and here, this is the example to make you understand that it is important to define the parameter, including the type where the parameter is coming from. Only this gives you the possibility to create combined reporting. Yeah. Time-wise, I would say I do not switch again to my KHCC example because you already saw it before. I think this is something what we do not have to do again. Well, in case of questions, we have later on a little bit of time. Another thing maybe some of you don't know is what is available. We have trend reporting available. This is not only for the provocation testing. What is the kind of trend? What happens during the provocation series? Most of the doctors or pulmonologists, for example, they get visited from their patients, let's say every 3 months, every half year, every year, whatever. Yeah, and then they do not want to see is only the parameters from the test from today. They want to see how are the parameters enveloping over the time. And for this, of course, the trend reporting is very important. And to speak open with you and to be serious, I was astonished how many trend reports and how many trend charts we have available, because I had a detailed look in the list. So even I don't know it. So we have so many possibilities and so many charts available. Yeah. So I think, or I'm pretty sure we can cover nearly any request from the client. Yeah. So this list is the key to your success. So we have trend reporting for the daily trends and for the long term. Yeah, that means you can follow up for the last maximum 10 visits, how, for example, the FEV1 is enveloping, or the resistance, most important parameters for that. For the long-term trending, and this is important to know, the daily best trial is displayed, only the best trial, because otherwise you lose the overview. I think this is more or less self-explaining, but trend reporting is a very important topic and very often requested. And we have in those templates trend reports available. For the trend reporting, it is important. So please pay especially attention to those green line here. That this is something what took me a little bit time to understand. But if you read this sentence, you need to set at least one parameter of the included measurement. And I have to add here, doesn't matter which one. It does not have to be the FEV1. You can use any parameter from the body plethysmography test or from the force spirometry test. So again, you need to set at least one parameter of the included measurement type. Doesn't matter which one, just one. So that the legend entries fit to the grid columns. So in this, at this point, I'm happy that you're not in the room because you would come up with questions. I think this is something a bit difficult to understand, but the background is that if it comes to those trend graph, what you see here, it could happen that you do a body test, for example, and then you have a spirometry and you come up with the next body test, but you add here in those trend graphs the body parameters. So what would happen, LFX does not align the legend. And then you would combine the dots from a later force spirometry to a body test, and it's not aligned time-wise. This is the background.
You want the camera?
No, I don't want the camera. No. I look ugly now, so I'm tired and sweaty and no. But I just as information for all the participants here, I always look into the faces of my colleagues here. It's Diego here, Benjamin, and Stefan, and if they agree with me, then I think you understood as well.
He's using hands all the time. This is why I asked.
Yeah, I use hands. I have a bit Italian genes inside. Maybe. So greetings to all my Italian friends. Not available today.
One Giorgio is there.
One Giorgio is there. So special greetings to Italy from here. I use my hands very often, but I double check that what I explained to you with my colleagues, and if they agree, then I think if they got it, you got it anyways. Yeah, no problem at all. Okay, so let's go back. This is important. So you need to set up one parameter, again, doesn't matter which one, to align the legends in the color, in those grid. Yeah, and you see this grid is called a daily trend, and we have, of course, a trend only. Yeah, daily trend means all measurements from today. Trend itself means a trending from the last 10 tests carried out, and then you can even define the parameters you want to follow, and it is coming up with nice lines here in, and then the doctor sees immediately, yes, my treatment for the patient works or even not. Good. I jump a little bit faster because otherwise we do not have time for Q&A. Oh no, I take a little bit time. I don't want to answer later on. No, I jump over this pretty quickly. I just want to make you known that we have the possibility for a trend reporting, what is very important in my opinion. This is how those trend reporting would look like, and I think we will share the presentations with our clients. That's not a problem at all. So you can read it carefully. You can correct my typo mistakes if you want later on. But we share this information. What you see today, you can get, of course, for your own to work with and to read again what I told you today. Good. Trend reporting in a summary would look like this. For example, you have a combination of the different flow volume loops. This is a long-term trend, for example. That was a very stable patient called Diego. And he's still healthy, as you can see, not a big, only at the 29th of April in 2016, he had a drop in the DLCO. I think that was the first day he tried a cigarette. But no, joke aside, yeah, this is a long-term trending, and there you can see in the top, on the top, you can see those resistance loops, for example. And as I said before, this is the best trial from the day, which is in the trend, and then you can see how your patient is enveloping over the time. This is a very, very important thing. Good. I think we come close to the end. Yeah, you nearly got it with me for today. Another thing is available, because it is requested more and more often, especially when it comes to studies. Calibration trends are available too. Yeah, and I prepared a small grid, no, a small table. We are back in Excel. A small table, which type of signals are available to be trended. Yeah, so then you can see how your system is working over the time. It is especially sometimes useful for service purposes, so we have more or less a service training today. So I think this is something you should be prepared for, and we can follow all about the different gas signals like flow, helium, carbon monoxide, oxygen, carbon dioxide for the acospirometry, density for the nitrogen washout, box pressure for the body, and gas volume calibration. Yeah, gas volume calibration. I hope somebody told you before what it is. I do not do today, but Benjamin agrees. Yes, they did. So I'm happy with those. Are the signal types you can trend in your reports as well, and you can print it as well, of course, too. Yeah, in case it is required for a longer ongoing study or something like this. Good. As I said, all about the available parameters, grids, chart names, and all about the strange stuff is available in a list. Let me have a quick look if I have it here. But I promise you, and you can take me by my words, so absolutely, I will share you this list, which contains all about the parameter names, the specific parameter names, the grid names, the column names, the available charts, and how they are called, and then you should be able to create a report. Before we come to Q&A, the last recommendation from my side is use the LFX available templates. It's not here. I have no network. Yeah. So as I told you, on the installation disks, we have many reports available with example, with the PDF, how it looks like. Just extract the part you need, add it to the new content you want to have. Look for a proper XML editor, which gives you a bit more overview. And then I'm pretty sure that you will work it out to get good results. So, and now we can come to the questions, if there are some available. Oh, I think those are many questions. What is okay? This has okay. The first question. Können die Leute die Fragen sehen? Können die sehen? Die Fragen? Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Now it seems that you can, or we try to make the question visible for you. What is the T10 in the footer of the report? How to remove it? This is not possible to remove. This shows the averaging or the averaging method for CPAT testing. This is always included. This only shows the averaging method, has nothing to do with the settings I showed you before. This is only how the parameters during the CPAT test were averaged to get the parameters. Okay. Who is the Highlander? Oh, yeah, Christian, who is the Highlander? Yeah, you know, there is only one. Sometimes it's a hidden person. I would say it's me.
Now the question is, what do you mean with Highlander? Because we have some 20-year-old guests.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I did not get a question. Who is Highlander? Highlander. There is a very old movie available. There is a guy with a sword beheading other people and overtaking the power from them. So, and in the movie there is a sentence. There is only one. like the master report. So if you are interested, have a look or Google for Highlander movie, and then you know who the Highlander is. Here in Ganshorn, it's Stefan. Stefan is the Highlander, the one and only.
Who is the lowlander?
Lowlander is me. I'm living in the valley. Okay, next question. Is the blank with automatic, or we have to set it? You have to set it. You have to set it because this is a specific reporting. It might be possible that in some of the templates it's available, but the blank lines and black columns most of the time need to be set up. So have a look at the available templates, then you see it. Okay. No. Next question I have to answer with no, you cannot set the column width. This is not possible. We did a bit of change in the LFX for CPAD testing. I think this question comes from CPAD. We reduced a bit the size, but I think this is not possible. How to insert Doctor's own interpretation to template. This is the interpretation, what I was talking about at the end, because you can enter in LFX the interpretation comments, and even those can be made visible. I do not know exactly the name, but it is possible to add to interpretation comments the Doctor's interpretation as well. It's pretty quick, I know. Is it possible to change the color of a text box? No, no. Is it possible to change the display curve colors? If I should, no, I don't ask who was asking this. It is possible, yes, but only with an SQL script, because the colors are defined in the SQL in the database. But you would need a special script to change the colors. We did it, for example, for a client in France somewhere, but it is not. This is another topic, because SQL script, write SQL scripts, big question mark for me as well. It's possible, but very difficult. Okay, can we have combine of graphic of resistance loop and thoracic gas volume? No. This is separated in ours. I know this is very common for the Jaeger YR systems. They combine it in one graph. A graph like this is not yet available at Ganshorn, but we know that it is often requested, and yeah, we hope we can implement it one day. Can we put predefined calibration parameters or the previous value in case of failure of calibration? It always goes back with the last carried out calibrations. So once you show a failure, if I got the question right, then it should be even possible to see that it always, so if you print a calibration trend today, it always looked back in time, not ahead. So I think yeah, predefined parameters. Yeah, you can define the parameters, and it always observes the previous values. But I'm not sure if I got the question 100% precisely. If not, feel free to write to our colleagues, and then they will come up to me and we clarify the question maybe later on by email or something. Huh? Okay.
Well, thanks, Christian. This was really impressive. I think you were the absolutely best guy for this dry subject, to put it that way. To everyone, we would like to finish with a few questions for all topics. So also Stefan Pondo is there if you have questions from the morning, or also from the expert, but he's on the motorway already. Maybe we can reach him. No, seriously. Just ask any question, we try to cover.
Yeah, until you have typed down some questions. So the topic scripts have been raised. Regarding scripts, I can tell you that we have prepared a couple of scripts already for you. So if you have specific requests, please let us know. Probably there's already a script available. Like we have scripts which can, example, change the color of your curves as described. There is a how-to available on that. Also, we have a script where you can restore a patient. So for example, if you delete patients or if you delete measurements in LFX, they're never completely gone. They stay in a database, which means with a script, we can make them reappear. Also, there are scripts which we can change the ID of a patient. So we have a good couple of scripts available. If it's very important, we can create them for you. But yeah, SQL scripts are a very specific topic of its own.
And they are dangerous to use. Yeah. So an SQL script always means you go into a database of a client. I think you can see me now. I can use my hands. Yeah. You dive in a database of a client, and if you do not carry out an SQL script properly, you could destroy the database, and you know this is absolutely worst case. So yeah, there are some things possible with those scripts. I fully agree with Stefan, but this is always what you should handle with care, and not just go through, because this is nothing what is yeah, undangerous, like the reporting. If you do a mistake there, who cares? Yeah, then at least the report is not coming out properly. But if you change something in the SQL databases, it could cause bigger problems. So if you get scripts from us, please only use it in very urgent cases. As Stefan said, we are always open to create new scripts. If you can get an order over 100,000 euros, no problem at all. We write you any script you need. But it's always a bit dangerous. Yeah, so it's not a usual or common thing what we do.
Exactly. So it's important to know, actually, within LFX and within the reports, you can't destroy anything. We can restore every measurement, every patient theoretically, but something, a database, you could theoretically even destroy the whole database in a worst case. It's difficult, but it could happen. So everything handled directly with the database has to be done with a lot of care.
So it seems like you got it, Christian. Everyone is sleeping.
Good. Sleep well, everybody. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So there are more questions. So yeah, even if there are, if after a good night of sleep there are more questions in your mind, feel free to contact us. We will take our time to reply to all of them. It was I think it was a nice meeting. Thank you for all participants. Thank you for the team here at Ganshorn for nice sessions. It's a special year. It was a special year 2020. It will be still a special year 2021. We really hope to see you soon live again. We also hope that at some point, hopefully early next year, we can do a live training with you. I understand it's much easier to understand if you can touch and feel and see the devices. But for now, this was a try. I think the team did a quite good job. We had more than 100, up to 150, 160 participants. So I think this is great. Thank you all for your time. I know it's quite late for some of you, so I wish you a very nice evening, a good night, a nice weekend, and hope to see you again in person very soon.